nangoma mwana, nangoma mwana, nangoma. Nangoma mwana, nangoma mwana. Munasi uno ni muzo muno, beni toto, alme Sira mula muzindere nende se mula mudede zikala bongo kulina malua nenda mundani kulina malua kudesi na sira mula muzindere nende se mula mudede zikala bongo kulina malua nenda mundani kulina malua kudesi na sira mula muzindere nende se mula mudede zikala bongo kulina malua nenda mundani kulina malua kudesi na sira mula muzindere nende se mula mudede zikala bongo kulina malua kulina malua, hai kulina malua, kula mudede, kulina malua, hai kulina malua, kula mujuma, kulina malua, hai kulina malua, kula mudede, kulina malua, hai kulina malua. Simba ngulume, uwe simba ya ngulume. Simba ngulume, uwe simba ya ngulume. Simba ngulume, uwe simba ya ngulume. Kulina malua, hai kulina malua. Kulina malua, hai kulina malua. Kulina malua, hai kulina malua.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can you wave at me, please, if you're seeing me? It's a lovely day that God has made for us today to be in His presence here, my. So I just request you to pay attention for a while, then you'll continue with your choice. Yes. So please, before we start, I want us to start with a style, a Kenyan way. We are coming from different countries. So I'll request, where you are, you stand up for a while. Just stand. Just stand where you are, please. Stretch. I hope you are seeing me, please. Just stand for a while. You will be seated a few minutes. So I want us to do it in Kenyan way. So you will follow my beat. I want to teach you something. When you go back to your country, you'll say that you learned something from Kenya. So follow this. We want to welcome the presence of God so that our meeting today will end up being successful. Once more, before we start, can you turn to your neighbor? Give him high five, please. Just mingle a little bit. Greet your neighbor, please. A high five, please. Okay, if you're not greeting your neighbor, it seems like your hands are in his pocket. Okay. DJ, can we go? Follow this rule, please. Can we wave like this? Just wave at me, please. Wave. Now, you can move a little bit from the chair so that you get space. Yeah, look for space. Wave. Do it really vertically. Yeah, can you do it? One step ahead. Let us do this with a style. Please, let us do this. Yes, let us do this. One step. Then back. Left, right. Right. Left, right. Left and right. Again. Left, right. Then we go back where we started. One step. Your right leg. right leg, please. With a style also, yeah. You are doing it right there. Don't worry. We do it, we go. Yeah. Try. Just, yeah, like that. Try it. Good. Then stand there. Then, here we go. Throw your hands in the air. Now we are doing practice. You are stretching. Then hold your waist. Go down. Go down. Can we go down? A little bit. Go down. Go down. Go down. Then hold there. Hold. Hold. Up. Up. Sideways. Sideways. Can we go sideways? Can we try this? Can we try this? Then this side. Yeah, can we try this? Then. Yeah. Can we try to go down, please? We are so stiff. Can we go down? Down. Down. Then up. Up. I want us to try this. Hold your waist. Then you. Again. Let us do it properly. Let us do it. Now stand there. Can you try this? Side. Again. Then stand there. Stretch. Then turn around. Turn around. Just stand with your hands up. Turn. Turn. Hold there. I want you to do this with a style. Let us try this. Hey, again. Hey, again. Now stand there. Hold your waist. Hey, try this. Wait. Left, right, left, then right, left, then right. Let's say this. Let's say this. Let's say this. Then you jump. 3 steps. 1, 2, 3, and you jump. Again. 1, 2, 3, and you jump. The last time. 1, 2, 3, and you jump. Go down, 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 down. Then sit. Sit. Thank you. At least now, as you continue, your nerves are now okay. Yeah, now we are taking you down to Uganda. Enjoy. Kabunte memo mangere, twayanze, kabunte memo mangere, twayanze, kabunte memo mangere, twayanze, kabunte memo mangere.
banange 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 banange
Thank you for clapping. Yeah, that's more of it, eh? Meanwhile, as you relax, feel most welcome to Nakoste, and I want you to enjoy. So, if the music is good, you can just shake. It's your day today. Don't feel that you can't dance. Just can stand and before the meeting starts, because after we've gone, you will miss us. So enjoy it.
Safari he ho safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari ya bamba ni machero.
Yes.
Enyi alume wa mizi munda kwenda safari ya bamba. Safari oh safari ya bamba ni machero. Enyi alume turesa. Safari ya bamba ni machero. Enyi alume munda kwenda safari ya bamba ni machero. Hokame homs, hokame homs, pole pole homs, sheri mutite homs, hayawe hokame homs. Safari safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari safari ya bamba ni machero. 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 Vuteni kambaha, gari la bambaha. Vuteni kambaha, gari la bambaha. Wana mukuba, nenda Mombasa, fika salama. Vuteni kambaha, gari la bambaha. Vuteni kambaha, gari la bambaha. Enzani mulaleta wesungunirero kadege wa baba ni mutima. Enzani mulaleta wesungunirero kadege wa baba ni mutima. Safari oh safari ya bamba ni machero. Safari oh safari ya bamba ni machero. 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 Enyi alume wa mixi munda kwenda safari ya bamba. Safari ya bamba ni machero. Enyi alume tureza. Safari ya bamba ni machero. Enyi alume munda kwenda. Safari ya bamba ni machero. Vuteni kambaha, gari la bambaha. Vuteni kambaha, gari la bambaha. Wana mkubwa nenda Mombasa, fika salama. Vuteni kambaha, gari la bambaha. Vuteni kambaha, gari la bambaha. Zungunirero kadege wa baba ni mutima. Zani mulaleta we zungunirero kadege wa baba ni mutima. Chamuzini, osurungi sadiri chamuzini, surungi sadiri chamuzini, osurungi sadiri chamuzini, surungi sadiri chamuzini, osurungi sadiri chamuzini, sadiri chamuzini, sadiri chamuzini, sadiri chamuzini, sadiri chamuzini, sadiri chamuzini, sadiri chamuzini. Zadiri chamuzini, surungi 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 zadiri chamuzini. Hide, 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 hide. Nakwenda dede, nakwenda alume surungi zadiri chamuzini, 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 zadiri chamuzini, zadiri chamuzini, alume
Yeah, now you are good students. Thank you once more. Now we want to welcome you officially. Can you turn to your neighbor and tell him or her, Jambo. Jambo. Yeah, we want to welcome you here officially. Repeat again, Jambo. Yeah, that is a Kenyan way how to and welcome people. So we say Jambo. So feel most welcome. The toilets are outside on your right. So I repeat, the washrooms are right. So you can join us. You can feel like this where you are. It's not a massive stand. Just greet us where you are. Hey.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana.
Hey, please, we are welcoming you and you are watching us. Can we stand and we welcome you in Kenya with a style? We are telling you jambo. You just answer jambo. Can we be upstanding, please, so that this song, at least you learn it. The word is jambo. Please, can you be upstanding, please? This side and the other side. This is the last time that you.
Jambo.
Yes, this is the last time, please. So, can we be upstanding? Please. Thank you. I'm requesting, please. I'm humbling request, please. Can we be upstanding? So we are welcome each and every person here. So let us do it the right way. Yeah, that. Yeah, take a little bit. Hey. You repeat after us, eh? Yeah, you can dance like this. Follow us.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani?
Yes, repeat like that.
Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Again.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya nzuri, hakuna matata.
Let us try this.
Hakuna matata.
Let us try to dance a little bit.
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Let us do this.
Hakuna matata.
Let us try this.
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Let us do this. Again, can we do it again? Hands up, please. Hands up. Yeah, I think you're seeing me. Hands up. Now let us do this. All of us.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Hold on.
Hakuna matata.
Try this.
Hakuna matata.
Yes.
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Jambo bwana,
Down and you sit.
habari gani?
You can sit.
Nzuri sana.
Yeah, you can sit.
Wageni
Yeah, you can sit.
wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, hakuna matata. Endelea kote Kenya, hakuna matata. Unasiba na twiga, hakuna matata.
So welcome. Yeah, so we're gonna take a short break. Then we'll be back. Yeah, we'll be back. Yeah, we also have good things in the evening. Yeah, it's just a short break. We'll be back. Yes, thank you. Hello, let's go. Our chief guest is here. Can we be upstanding so we welcome him with this time, African way. So can we be upstanding, all of us, please? Yeah. So let us dance a little bit. We'll dance with him.
Yes.
Yes, as he comes in. So let us start. It's a song you know. I'm requesting all of us to be upstanding, please. We know.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kamwe hatutaiacha. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kupenda haki kwa watu wote. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kupenda haki kwa watu wote. Haki kwa watu wote. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaiacha daima na milele.
The mic? Yeah. Yes, let me request us to be upstanding for the national anthem and the anthem of the East African community. Yeah, please.
O God of all creation, bless this our congregation. Justice the Asherat defender, may we live in unity, peace and liberty, plenty be found within the border. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Yes, thank you. I think let us be seated. I will kindly request Mr. Titus Singana to lead us in a word of prayer.
Kindly let us stand for prayer. Me, I will kneel. And let us pray. Jehovah God, we honor you this morning, first with the praise and the requests. Jehovah God, the creator of the heavens, because there are many, and the earth, which is one. Good morning. Even though heavens do not have mornings like this one. You, the omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, the ancient of days, you change not. Great is your mercy, great is your favor, great is your grace. Thou art great, and beyond also our understanding. Yet here we are, created in your image and enjoying your blessings. Therefore, allow me to lay my petitions before you. Hence I pray that, oh God, you bless this regional workshop on universalization and effective implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention in East Africa. May you bless us all and enable us to safeguard the bio. Enable us and the global community to be aware of pathogenic organisms that can reproduce and cause infection and how to mitigate on bioterrorism. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray and believe. Amen.
Yes, be seated, please. Our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Professor George Magoha, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, ably represented by Honorable David Ochieng, Honorable Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, ably represented by Honorable Lady Justice Margaret Mwangi, Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu, who will be with us online, Ms. Annie Branton, I think she's here, Professor Raphael Munavu, the session chair of NACOSTI board, and also the chairperson of the Presidential Working Party in Education Reforms, members of NACOSTI board, Dr. Alex, Madam Fanny Wenjie and team from Geneva, representatives of international organizations and international experts here in present, invited guests and presenters, staff of NACOSTI, distinguished participants online and in person, ladies and gentlemen. Before I invite the program moderator, Professor Raphael Munavu, allow me to make some few remarks. My name is Walter Oyawa, currently the Director General of the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation, and also the national focal point for the Biological Weapons Convention. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for NACOSTI to co-host this regional workshop on behalf of the Government of Kenya, jointly with the Biological Weapons Convention Implementation Support Unit, I think led here by the Deputy Chief, Dr. Alex. The regional workshop is focused on universalization and effective implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention in Eastern Africa. The workshop comes in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, which has clearly demonstrated the potentially devastating effects of newly emerging pathogens on our societies, regardless of whether naturally occurring or accidentally or deliberately released. I think the chief guest was just discussing this before we came in here. Nobody knows whether it was made intentionally or unintentionally. Accordingly, the workshop is part of the broader global objective to intensify multilateral efforts to enhance both our national and global preparedness to prevent, to detect, and to respond to biological threats. It is noted that while rapid developments in the life sciences offer new ways to fight the diseases, they could also pose potential risk for abuse to develop biological and toxin weapons, hence the need for extra caution and preparedness. And we are told that I think violent extremist groups are encouraging nationalities to adopt these simpler ways of targeting the areas that they would want to attack. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this early opportunity to most sincerely thank Mr. Daniel Fix, the Chief of the Biological Weapons Convention Implementation Support Unit. Also, my dear friend, Dr. Alex Harman. The third name is very difficult to pronounce, Islam Palsa, the Deputy Chief at BWC ISU. Madam Fanny is also here. We have worked very closely. Wenjie is also here. We remain very grateful for the support you have had of the occasions that we have been at Geneva and for the bilateral engagements that we've had with various delegations. I think a chief guest in the last year, we had engagements with delegations from the EU, from the US State Department, from Canada, a number of countries, and this has led to the current initiative. Yeah, we also extend our gratitude to the Kenya government for providing an enabling environment, including our Ministry of Education, ably headed by our chief guest today, and the Principal Secretary, Ambassador Simon Abukwesi, who is also gracing the occasion. The PS led the last Kenyan delegation, I think in November, and the message sent out there was quite powerful to the international community, and it has informed the reason why a decision was made to host this first regional conference in Nairobi. I also want to thank our board, the board of NACOSTI. I think they have enabled this, given us the latitude to engage internationally as per the provisions of the Science and Technology Act that establishes NACOSTI, and also the staff of NACOSTI. Few as they are, they have been able to work extremely hard. We extend our profound appreciation to the Office of the President, which always assists us in signing multilateral agreements, Minister of Foreign Affairs, our permanent mission in Geneva, under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Cleopa Mailu, who successfully steered the BWC as the chair of the 2020 meeting of state parties during the COVID-19 outbreak, and also several state agencies that have always accompanied us to Geneva. Our chief guest, I'm pleased to inform that we have gotten a strong support. As you know, STI cuts across. We don't work in silo. We have been getting support from various agencies, from KEFRI, CALRO, KEMRI, from National Museums of Kenya, also from, I think, Egerton University, from Laikipia University. And we hope that when we go for the 9th review conference in November, end of November and December, which is a big event on Biological Weapons Convention, we'll have more state actors. Yeah, within us also, a chief guest, we have been able to involve the recently chartered National Defense University, which, as you are aware, was chartered as a university of a special degree awarding a university on security matters. We hope, and as guided by the Chief of Defense Forces, that we'll be able to work very closely with the National Defense University. We also look forward to work very closely with the upcoming KAIST, Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which I think has been placed in the Ministry of ICT as we speak. To the participants from 12 African countries, we say welcome home away from home. Karibu sana, that's a common word, and take full advantage of this workshop, because after this workshop, you are encouraged to consider submitting clearly spelled out areas of assistance to the BWC. I'm sure Alex will be able to consider your request. So if you allow me, as I conclude, just to take note of the presence of the various countries here. So I would kindly request you raise your hand or make some noise when I call the name of your country. So starting with the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Where are you? Yes, welcome to Kenya. The Republic of Madagascar. Yes, welcome. Republic of Mauritius. Yes, thank you. Seychelles. Yes, one. I guess the other two colleagues will be coming. Republic of Sudan. You have raised 2 hands. I hope you are 3. Yes, United Republic of Tanzania. Yes, karibu sana. Teach us a little bit of Kiswahili. Republic of Uganda. Yes, welcome, Republic of Uganda. Federal Republic of Somalia. Thank you, Djibouti. Yes, thank you very much. Union of Comoros. Yes, Yawan, you could have raised 2 hands to make it look more. Union, and last but not least, the Republic of Kenya. Oh, I was looking for the participants alone, but we are all of us the Republic of Kenya. Yeah, as chief guest, as you can see, there's diversity of regions participating, as well as gender. I think there's one of the things that BWC was ensuring is gender balance from the country. Probably what I'm not sure is their age, but I think they are senior government officials. Ladies and gentlemen, before I call on program moderator, Professor Rafael Munavu, to continue with the program, allow me to also acknowledge the presence of representatives of international organizations and international experts present. The high-level representation is attestation that Kenya is on the right track in the implementation of the convention, and that our partnership will continue until desired results are achieved. During the 2 days, there will also be parallel sessions. Originally, this workshop was planned for 50 people, fixed number, but due to a great interest, I think it has turned out to be, I think, over 90, approaching 100. And we also had to convert the workshop into hybrid, again, due to request, because most of the MDS that undertake science and technology mainstreaming have a target. One of the areas that they have to fill is in the implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention. So they requested to join online, and we will be seeing how many of them have joined. So far, how many? Yagon? Yes. Pardon? 89. Yes, so we have already 89 participants online. Yes, and I'm told we left out South Sudan. South Sudan, where are you? Yes, I know you're different from Sudan. So sorry for that, but welcome to Kenya. So also allow me to mention that we are really humbled to have the presence of the three arms of government in this meeting. We have the executive, our chief guest, we have the legislature, and the letter that we received from the Chief Justice, who is ably represented by Lady Justice Margaret, was that we would want to forge collaboration after this workshop, taking note that the judiciary, the mandate for judiciary is to ensure the implementation of this international obligation. So welcome, Lady Justice Margaret, and I hope we can forge this partnership. You also have the Honorable David Ochieng representing the Honorable Speaker, Moses Wetangula, who was to come, but due to, I think, the vetting today, could not make it. So with those few remarks, allow me to call the program moderator to proceed from here. Thank you very much, and God bless. Professor Munavu, please.
Good morning, everybody. Professor George Magoha, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education. Sitting next to him, Principal Secretary, Ambassador Nabukwesi. Right next to him, Honorable David Ochieng, representing the Speaker of the National Assembly, representatives of international organizations, including my friend, Dr. Alex. We agreed that I can address him properly as Alex because the other name is a little bit long, complicated. He also could not pronounce my name, so we agreed. The members of the board of NACOSTI and also administrative staff, all guests who are invited from the region, participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the board of the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation to really extend our honor, appreciation, and to welcome you all to this crucial and historic regional conference workshop on universalization and effective implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention in our region in East Africa. This workshop is being held at a time, a very unique time, when the global community is confronted with key matters that are severely affecting mankind, human society. And these matters include, but are not limited to, pandemics, as well as resilience, which arises from responding to the pandemic, issues of climate change, and also issues of geopolitical polarizations that are emerging in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic led to catastrophic healthcare impacts on humanity. And this happened to a scale which had never been seen before. Even as nations continue to grapple with the socioeconomic impacts that have arisen from the pandemic, there are real fears, genuine fears, on biosecurity vulnerabilities, which have shifted the spotlight on the potential weaponization of biological agents. Violent extremist groups have already attempted to incite the intentional spread of COVID-19 and to use it as an improvised form of a biological weapon. The pandemic has therefore accelerated the spread of ideologies, extremist ideologies, and aggravated mistrust, even within major public institutions. Furthermore, the rapid progress in biotechnologies, in gene editing advances, and the widespread data connectivity around globe pose a significant bioterrorism threat. And this is to all nations. With all these happenings, the role of the Biological Weapons Convention is self-evident. In Kenya, we undertake to continue to play a critical and pivotal role in the implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention. That is extremely important. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is currently embarking in the process of engaging experts, stakeholders, and the public in order to arrive at recommendations and suggestions that will positively transform education in this country. Some of the key elements for transforming the education sector will be determined by the status of science, technology, and innovation in the country. Some of the recommendations and matters arising therefrom will be driven by STI. As such, it will be a major opportunity to consider and establish a platform for ensuring that matters of biosecurity, biosafety, and international diplomacy are mainstreamed, and they are made key pillars in our educational trajectory, which moves together with socio-economic development in the country. We therefore cannot ignore, nor can we take STI for granted. Kenya is currently in the lead regionally in the implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention, and this is through the national focal point. And currently, the national focal point is the Director General of NACOSTI. We have been promptly submitting a report of confidence-building measures as is required by the convention. We have been compliant. Additionally, Kenya has made commitments to ensure compliance with the relevant biosafety, and biosecurity protocols through revitalization of infrastructure. And this is at its key institutions, but also in capacity building of staff. And most recently, a process which is ongoing, initiating an STI mainstreaming performance contract target. And this is in all ministries, departments, and agencies which interact with NACOSTI. The presence of the three arms of government in this workshop, and that I think we need to recognize, the executive, the legislature is well represented, and the judiciary is represented, is really a clear indication, a clear attestation that Kenya is determined to do its very best in the implementation of the convention. Perhaps the only matter that is still pending is the biological and the finalization of the biosecurity strategy and the bill. And we are delighted that at least Parliament is represented, and maybe we can now begin to engage. As we in NACOSTI, we undertake to engage the National Assembly, and Mheshimiwa Ocheng, please be available to engage with us, to guide us, so that we fast track this process. And this is the process of finalizing the biosecurity strategy and the bill through Parliament. We commit as NACOSTI to spearhead the finalization of the biosecurity strategy and bill, as well as other related matters. For that reason, the DG of the Commission has been guided to consider appointing a cross-cutting committee on science, diplomacy, biosecurity, and biodefense. The proposed committee will draw expertise, obviously, from various local agencies. Moving forward, NACOSTI undertakes to continue partnerships and collaborations with our regional and the international partners. The attendance here of regional stakeholders is really an indication, and this is the beginning of a process that we should continue to do. As for our sisters and brothers who are here with us from around the region, we look forward to work with yourselves and your institutions, and most important, to share experiences in the implementation of BWC, and this is for the common good of our region. We hope that the BWC Secretariat will provide some support to assist us in ensuring that we continue this regional engagement and working together. He has agreed. So thank you very much. Makofi kwake. We can interpret that a little bit later. Finally, let me extend my gratitude to the eminent persons gathered here, together with the participants drawn from the 12 countries and organizers of the regional workshop. And this is the Biological Weapons Convention Implementation Support Unit and our own National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation. Now, give me the opportunity to welcome Alex, if you can please come on board, make some comments, and you can introduce some of your colleagues, and then give us the assurance that you will continue to provide support to us at the regional level. Thank you very much.
Honorable Professor George Magoha, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education. Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education. Honorable David Ochieng, Member of Parliament representing Honorable Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable Lady Justice Margaret Nyoki Mange, representing Chief Justice Martha Koome, President of the Supreme Court, Kenya. Professor Raphael Munabo, Chairman of NACOSTI. Professor Walter Oyava, Director General, NACOSTI. Distinguished Ms. Annie Brunton, High Commission of Canada to Kenya. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here on the occasion of this regional workshop on universalization and effective implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention in Eastern Africa. At the outset, I would like to express our gratitude to the government of Kenya for hosting this important activity. I also would like to express our great appreciation to the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI, for co-organizing this activity with the Office for Disarmament Affairs. This workshop would not have been possible without the generous financial contribution made by the Global Partnership Against the Spread of Weapons and Materials of Mass Destruction. Allow me, therefore, to acknowledge our great appreciation to the governments of Canada, the United Kingdom, and the United States for the strong commitment and support. Very importantly, I would like to thank you, nearly 100 participants that have joined us in person and almost 100 persons that are following us online. Representatives from 12 states in the region, various regional organizations and international organizations, as well as non-governmental organizations for joining us in this event. I hope you will find this workshop both inspiring and useful. I'm pleased now to share with you the statement of the opening session for this workshop delivered in pre-recorded form by Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu, Under-Secretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. And I ask now to play the pre-recorded statement.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to address this regional workshop on universalization and effective implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention in Eastern Africa. At the outset, I would like to thank the government of the Republic of Kenya for its long-standing support to the convention and for co-organizing this important event with the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs. It demonstrates your continued commitment to the BWC, and I would like to commend you for your efforts to strengthen the Convention's universalization and implementation. I would also like to express my appreciation to the Global Partnership Against the Spread of Weapons and Materials of Mass Destruction, whose generous support has made this workshop possible. I am honored to address this distinguished audience of international experts. The large number of participants, representing 12 Eastern African states, various regional and international organizations, and NGOs, testifies to the great level of interest on the subject matter and underline the relevance of this workshop. Distinguished participants, the world is dealing with multiple crises. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated the devastating harm the spread of infectious disease can cause globally. While bringing biosafety and biosecurity to a much higher prominence, the pandemic also painfully foreshadowed what could happen if a disease was deliberately engineered and released. At the same time, rising tensions around the globe are instigating a geopolitical crisis, which is putting multilateral disarmament under great stress. We are increasingly seeing the erosion of international norms. However, the norm against the deliberate use of disease as a weapon against humans, plants, and animals remains strong. The very idea of the use of biological weapons, as stated in the BWC's preamble, is repugnant to the conscience of humanity. All efforts should be made to ensure that it remains so. In addition to addressing disarmament and security issues, the BWC promotes the peaceful uses of biological science and technology, thereby facilitating capacity building and assistance and cooperation among states parties. Achieving the benefits of full universalization and effective implementation will contribute to strengthening states' capacities for early warning, risk reduction, and management of health risks, thus supporting progress towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is a key continent for BWC universalization efforts. The 4-year project on supporting universalization and effective implementation of a BWC in Africa represents the biggest ever project implemented by the BWC Implementation Support Unit. The project responds to frequent requests from African countries to enhance the Convention's implementation in the region, including biosafety and biosecurity. By joining forces at the nexus of public health and security, we can strengthen the international community's efforts to mitigate the huge risks posed by biological threats, whatever their source. In this respect, I am very pleased that the African Center for Disease Control and Prevention is closely collaborating with the Office for Disarmament Affairs. This project complements Africa CDC's Biosafety and Biosecurity Initiative. The 9th BWC Review Conference will commence in just over 1 month's time in Geneva, against the backdrop of rising geopolitical tensions. It is my firm hope that at this important juncture, states parties to the Biological Weapons Convention will take decisions to better equip the Convention to address current and future challenges. The Office for Disarmament Affairs is fully committed to supporting a sustainable outcome. Success at the review conference will require well thought out and thoroughly discussed proposals. No topic should be off the table in the quest to strengthen the Convention. The Convention's clear institutional deficit should be urgently addressed with additional time and resources devoted to science and technology, international cooperation, assistance, response and preparedness, and national implementation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by wishing you all a successful workshop. It is my hope that your discussions today and tomorrow will pave the way towards advancing the Convention's universalization and strengthening its implementation in Africa. Initiatives like this one are crucial to strengthen the global norm against the deliberate use of disease and contribute to peace and security. I thank you very much for your attention.
I'm pleased now to give the floor to distinguished Miss Annie Burton, High Commission of Canada to Kenya. Thank you very much, and allow me also to briefly introduce my colleagues, Miss Fanny Tonos-Paniaga and Miss Wenjie Wang. We are here at your disposal and looking forward to discussing with you all issues pertaining to the BWC, and thank you for all your support in advance.
Thank you, Dr. Alex, if I can call you that. Good morning, honored speakers, participants, colleagues. First, let me just say it's an absolute pleasure to be here. As was just mentioned, I'm coming from the Canadian High Commission in Nairobi. So not that far, but really impressed with the diversity of people in the audience today and how far you've all come. And then I'd also just like to begin my remarks by giving special thanks to UNODA's Implementation Support Unit. The Government of Canada greatly values and appreciates their commitment and hard work in organizing this event, as well as their longstanding international leadership on strengthening the BWC. I'd also like to thank the Kenyan government for hosting us here today. We're pleased and proud to sponsor this regional workshop through Global Affairs Canada's Weapons Threat Reduction Program. To provide further context, the Weapons Threat Reduction Program implements Canada's commitments to the G7-led Global Partnership Against the Spread of Weapons and Materials of Mass Destruction. It enables us to work with international partners to implement concrete threat reduction programming to prevent the acquisition and use of weapons of mass destruction by terrorists and states. And since 2002, this program has delivered more than $1.7 billion in tangible threat reduction assistance to mitigate chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats globally. As we look towards the upcoming sessions, it's important to remember that we live in an increasingly interconnected world. Thanks to advances in global travel, as we can all see here today, trade and urbanization, as well as the rapid advances of technology. As a result, the potential for terrorists to use infectious diseases as weapons of mass destruction is growing. Infectious diseases can also spread easily across large areas, and uncontained events in one region have the potential to develop into international crises. Canada recognizes that while biological threats impact all countries, the nature of those threats vary dramatically region by region. It is in this context that Canada spearheaded the launch of the Signature Initiative to mitigate deliberate biological threats in Africa. The aim of the initiative, which is being developed and delivered in the closest of collaboration with the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as other African partners, is to reduce biothreats through the aligned activities of global partnership countries and African countries, working across interconnected priority areas, including biosafety and biosecurity, national frameworks, surveillance and epidemic intelligence, and non-proliferation. We believe that strong African leadership and multi-sectoral cooperation and coordination are critical to the success of the Signature Initiative and the BWC. In our minds, the BWC is one of the key coordination mechanisms that aims to mitigate the threat of biological weapons through national, regional, and international cooperation. While I understand the BWC marks its 50th anniversary this year, progress is still needed to ensure full and effective implementation, including in Africa. And I think these gaps underscore the importance of this workshop, which is timely given the upcoming 9th Review Conference of the BWC in November and December of this year. This workshop and the activities that will emerge from it, and more importantly, the collective will and voices of African state parties, have the potential to reinvigorate the BWC in the African region and will contribute to meaningful process towards strengthening the convention. In this regard, I trust that this workshop will deepen your knowledge and understanding of the BWC, as it will mine, and the vital need for full and effective implementation in the region. So I'll end here just by thanking all the participants for joining this workshop. And please know that I look forward to working with you and participating in the workshop over the coming days. Thank you.
There is a group here. There are some participants who are very critical, and everybody, some groups were being called and told to raise their hands. But there is a very important group that I wanted to introduce at this time, and this is members of the board of the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation. Can the board members please don't stand and wave, just stand and then bow and you sit down, please. Bow. Thank you very much. Professor Muregi. Yeah, I got you this time. Eh? Yeah. Now we proceed. Relax a little bit. Now I am going to call a very distinguished Mheshimiwa parliamentarian Ocheng, who is here representing the Speaker of the National Assembly, to come and make his remarks. And after him, so that I don't keep on standing here, then our PS, Ambassador Simon Nambukwesi, will come and make his remarks. And then he will invite the most distinguished person in this room to come and now declare this workshop officially open. I'm just alerted that we should also request Honorable Lady Justice Margaret Njoki Mwangi, who represents the Chief Justice Martha Koome, who is the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, to come and make comments. And sorry for that oversight.
These are the remarks by Honorable Justice Martha Koome, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, during today's workshop, which will proceed on to tomorrow, on the universalization and effective implementation of biological weapons convention in Eastern Africa at this hotel. Permanent representatives to the United Nations Office, international organizations in Geneva of states from Eastern Africa, the Implementation Support Unit, ISU, for the BWC, distinguished Annie Branton, High Commission of Canada to Kenya, Honorable Julius Meli, Chair, Education Committee of Parliament, Honorable David Ochieng, Member of Parliament representing Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the National Assembly, Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, Honorable George Magoha, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, the Chairman, Director General, and board members of the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation, NACOSTI, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome all participants of this workshop from the Eastern African region to Kenya and Mombasa. Feel at home knowing that we Kenyans regard all Africans as family. We are firm believers and practitioners of the saying popularized by the Cameroonian philosopher and political theorist, Achille Mbembe, that no African is a foreigner in Africa. Kenya considers it an honor to host this regional workshop on universalization and effective implementation of the BWC. The workshop brings together eminent participants from across the region to share experiences, ideas, and perspectives on enhancing the implementation of the BWC, on promoting its universalization at the national level. The BWC is laudable because it aims at prohibiting biological and toxic weapons. It is important to have this conversation because biological weapons are deadly and catastrophic. Not only do they cause loss of life and devastating economic loss, but they are also the culprits of public fear and mistrust among nations. It is therefore vital to establish a solid understanding of the BWC. It is this vision that has informed this regional workshop. This workshop is a nod to the now widely accepted reality that all states consider biological warfare a terrifying mode of armed conflict. In Kenya, for instance, in 2020, the outgoing Interior Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, raised concern that some institutions of higher learning had become major recruitment centers for terrorists. He stated that the country was at risk of chemical and biological weapons attack due to lack of laws and curriculum on biosafety in these institutions. It is therefore evident that the law is an important tool for effecting the requisite measures. A comprehensive legal framework in this regard would, for instance, set out the requisite parameters in training, safety procedures, building requirements, protect the students and community at large from accidental exposure or unintentional release of infectious agents and toxins, penalties for breach of the law, and so forth. In addition, solid legal frameworks play a critical role because not only do they act as a measure in preventing biological terrorism, but they also ensure that there exists a strengthened capacity to counter and respond effectively to bioterrorism. This workshop is therefore timely because it aims to amplify ongoing efforts for the universalization of the BWC. Building trust and sharing information and experiences amongst ourselves is essential to monitor and evaluate biological terrorism threats. This workshop is therefore informed by a shared desire to make steady progress towards improving the well-being and the quality of life of the citizens of the member states by seeking global unity towards addressing the potential threat of bioterrorism. Distinguished guests, all of us are interested in and invested in global peace and security. As such, our role in the effective implementation of the BWC or promoting its universalization at the national level cannot be downplayed. Every member state is therefore obligated to invest in this process to spur the success. We should foster development with the aim of creating a stance that promotes the implementation of the BWC. It should be noted that even if we are member states of the BWC, but do not have laws or effective enforcement mechanism to action the same, this will not yield the desired impact. It is my considered opinion that if we are keen on supporting universalization and effective implementation of the BWC in Africa, our efforts should be coordinated and harmonious. We can be the trigger or be key players in nudging our respective states towards the effective implementation of the BWC. Ladies and gentlemen, I would be remiss if I did not thank the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI, in collaboration with the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs, UNODA, through the ISU for organizing this workshop. I commend them for commencing this engagement. To conclude, I see a forum for regional dialogue such as this one as an avenue for the spirited conversations and sharing of ideas geared towards catalyzing and further understanding and effective implementation of the BWC. I wish you all fruitful deliberations in this workshop and encourage you to consult, cooperate, and support each other in this forum and in the future. Thank you for your attention and God bless you all.
Good morning, everyone. To the Cabinet Secretary for Education, your PS, Professor Nabukwesi, to the rep from the Canadian High Commission, to our English development partners, the board and members of the National Commission on Science, Technology and Innovation, distinguished development partners, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me from the outset to convey the apologies of the Speaker of the National Assembly, General Moses Mustangula, who could not attend the opening ceremony in person owing to other work exigencies. As you're all aware, the Appointments Committee of Parliament is this morning sitting to vet the presidential nominees for Cabinet Secretary positions. The Honorable Speaker is the chair of that committee, and I'm exceptionally privileged to represent him and dutifully fit into his shoes this morning to deliver his remarks. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank the conveners of this workshop, that is the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs, through the BWC, Implementation Support Unit, for collaborating with the Government of Kenya through the National Commission on Science, Technology and Innovation, for choosing Kenya as the host country for the workshop. Equally, I wish to express my gratitude to the organizers for considering the National Assembly a worthy stakeholder in safety and security of our region, and therefore deeming it fit to have me grace this event as a guest. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are all aware, the BWC prohibits development, production, stockpiling, or acquisition of by other means, or retention of microbial or other biological agents or toxins. The use of such agents or toxins for hostile purposes or in armed conflicts has always been considered as a treacherous practice. The BWC is commonly said to have failed because it lacks mandatory transparency measures and a dedicated monitoring plan. It's alleged further that there are no specific measures set up by the BWC to verify compliance with the obligation not to develop, produce, stockpile, or otherwise acquire or retain biological agents or toxins for sale purposes. A quick review of the convention reveals that the parties are not obliged to declare biological agents or toxins used in non-prohibited activities. Further, parties are not obliged to declare all laboratories engaged in research and development of substances that could be used as agents of warfare. The foregoing is therefore a pointer to a serious lacuna in the compliance with the BWC, its universalization, and ultimate control of the proliferation of biological agents or toxins as agents of warfare. This elicits concern on advances in the biotechnology which expose countries to serious security threats. Even in our East African region, the advances have made it possible to produce large quantities of potent toxic substances by a small number of people in a short period of time and in facilities which are difficult to identify. Such substances may be stored in inconspicuous repositories and eventually misused. What is even more out of place, states joining the convention are not required to declare the possession or non-possession of the banned weapons, nor are states which may have declared such possession obligated to prove that they have destroyed the weapons or diverted them to peaceful purposes. Distinguished delegates, the secrecy surrounding biological research activities, and in particular, the maintenance of defensive preparations, which at certain stages may be distinguishable from offensive preparations, could generate suspicions leading to allegations of breaches. In the African region, the following reasons can be linked to non-commitment in BW affairs. One, biological weapons control does not feature on national, regional, or continental agendas, and is sometimes only briefly referred to in the UN Security Council 1540 reports. Number two, African countries are offered very few incentives to actively participate in the BWC. Biological weapons are not considered a direct primary threat on the continent. Number three, the states are facing far more pressing security issues, such as development and the proliferation of small arms, making BWC a non-priority. Number four is the inadequate funding and lack of support structure which can act as a liaison. BWC struggles to communicate adequately with its members, and therefore effectively monitoring of state behavior and progress cannot take place either. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm eager to draw your attention to the above issue, since I believe that our region should remain true to Article 4 of the Convention that requires each state party to take necessary measures to prohibit and prevent development, production, stockpiling, acquisition or retention of agents, toxins, weapons, equipment, and means of delivery specified in Article 1 of the Convention. And without a doubt, this workshop is indeed key in the Convention implementation process. It has not escaped my attention that African states are far from reaching their full potential in implementing the BWC. While 8 African countries are still not parties to the BWC, 6 African states are the only signatories. Such state of affairs sends a troubling message about Africa's commitment to proliferation of biological weapons. Distinguished delegates, we must find ways of addressing the above challenges. I encourage all of you gathered here this morning to freely discuss and promote a common understanding on actions required in various areas such as legislative and regulatory frameworks, capacity building and response to alleged use or misuse of biological weapons, and on matters of legislation and regulatory frameworks towards domesticating the convention. I wish to borrow from our example in Kenya. Our constitution provides at Article 2.6 that any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall form part of the law of Kenya under this constitution. And as I conclude, I trust that the vast knowledge realized at this workshop will go a long way to unbundle the enormous role played by the BWC and identify ways to universalize and implement it for the benefit of our citizens. I'm happy to note, as I end, that the participants in this workshop are drawn from both state and non-state actors, which in itself has potential to drive an important practical role, such as the activities of human rights bodies, and in some cases, the creation of international legal frameworks to ban the use of biological weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to wish you a fruitful and enriching deliberations. Thank you, Asanteni sana, God bless. And I also personally wish that the results of this workshop could then reach us in the assembly to discuss and continue the deliberations. God bless you, and thank you so much.
Our Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Professor George Magoha, the Deputy Chief, Biological Weapons Convention, Dr. Alex Lambauza, the Honorable David Ocheng, MP for Ugenya, the Honorable Lady Justice Margaret Mwangi, representing the Chief Justice, Ms. Anne Branton, representing the Canadian High Commission in Nairobi, officials from the Implementation Support Unit, ICU, for the Biological Weapons Convention, NACOST board members, the CEO staff, officers from the Kenya Ministry of Education and agencies under the Ministry of Education, distinguished delegates from different countries, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to this convention. I want to thank the organizers for choosing to bring this conference to the region. It gives us an opportunity as a region to have greater representation and exposure to the ideas that are discussed during such a conference, as opposed to traveling to Geneva, which is usually much more expensive. In other words, I'm saying in future, if there'll be another conference in the region, I'll expect member states to send more delegates, because exposure to knowledge, to ideas, is useful to our people. Our honorable member of parliament representing the honorable speaker of the National Assembly has said they will need the recommendations that will come from this conference to support policy making at that level. I know many people lack knowledge. Many people are not exposed to ideas. And I know also that we have a lot of research scientists and super scholars in the region who are not encouraged to think and to participate in such ideas that will make us safer when people have the knowledge. I want to remember what Shakespeare said, that little knowledge is dangerous. So when people appear to have knowledge yet they don't have knowledge, it makes us more vulnerable, especially in this era when many people are experimenting. And these are experiments that can be very dangerous to humanity. I'm happy that the government of Kenya is fully represented here. The presence of our cabinet secretary, who is a very busy person, demonstrates the commitment that he personally attaches to this kind of conference that brings together research scientists and scholars to analyze issues, to discuss ideas that are very critical for our well-being as human beings. And as you've seen, we have representation from the National Assembly, from the Office of the Chief Justice, and all other scholars from the Ministry of Education, and our different collaborators are also here. I hope that at the end you'll come up with the recommendations that will be shared across the region for as many people as possible to be aware of what is likely to happen to them in future, where there are many people who are joking with the lives of human beings. Our minister is a super scholar, he's a scientist, he's a medical doctor. He's the best person to speak and open this conference. It's therefore my distinct honor and privilege to welcome Honorable Professor George Magoha, Minister of Education in the government of Kenya, to address us and officially open this conference. You're welcome, sir.
Let me start with the representative of Lady Chief Justice Martha Koome, representative of the Speaker of the National Assembly, representative of the Canadian High Commission, our distinguished international guests, all protocol as observed by many other speakers before me. Good morning. I want to start from a perspective of talking more like a scientist and a surgeon rather than a minister, and somebody who is a scholar, who is who has a free spirit to speak. First of all, let me say that it's a great honor for me to be here in this regional workshop on universalization and effective implementation of biological weapons convention in Eastern Africa. And therefore, I want to welcome our comrades and brothers from this region. But as an African international medical scholar, I would want to move away from the script and to challenge you as you are here. Because it's like you are in the same compartment that I have realized over the last 50 years of my service to humanity. And there are several things that the African scientist must stand against. Why is it that we always work towards set targets or from set targets? When you work towards or against set targets, you are limiting the intellectual capability of your brain. And therefore, my challenge to you is to ask yourself, what is it that Nakosti, for example, with an excellent board and excellent brains, first of all, forget about the notion that excellent African brains go to the West. That is a fallacy. It is a fallacy that should be discarded as early as yesterday. The scientists that are still here in Africa have even better brains. Perhaps the problem that we have as practicing scholars is that we have refused to utilize our brains completely. And so ask yourself, okay, we are here meeting at this very important meeting. The government is represented. I'm not going to repeat what has been spoken by Excellency the Chief Justice or the Right Honorable Speaker of Kenyan Parliament. As the executive, I would be wrong to repeat. I would have wanted you to have taken all those things already spoken. But then ask yourself, what is going to be of value in 2022 when there is a war in Ukraine and you have one of the most important powers trying to reclaim its former borders vis-a-vis your meeting here? Could it be right to say that perhaps the post-war conventions of after Second World War are going to become obsolete? And one thing that I would want to address is the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm thoroughly scholared in microorganisms, from the basics to the advances, the various standards of laboratories, including the biocontainment laboratories that are all over the world, the level 4 and level 3 biocontainment laboratories. What happened to us 2 years ago? And I'm talking to you like this because I'm not a politician and I have a free spirit. So I say what I want, isn't it? What happened? What is the COVID-19 virus? And from our school books, it was not a natural virus. Are you going to be bold enough to discuss it? Are our Western partners going to be bold enough to discuss it? As we discuss it, are you going to be one of the groups who say, well, it went away because of the vaccines or because of the by the grace of God, genetic mutations that took place and made the virus friendlier to our bodies. What is this in the context of what you are doing now? If you are normal theorists, then don't even bother to go there. And I also want to encourage the African scholars. It's always said that whoever sets the agenda dictates how it is done. Professor Oyawa, could you be a victim of that process? Because everybody is here saying, well, we thank you for making this possible. I'm a government minister, yes. I was chosen on the basis of ability, not politics. And therefore, I want to challenge African scientists and African governments together that Africa is by no means poor. And let it be on record. It is just our priorities. Are we together here? I would like to be the one against the grain. Africa is by no means poor. We've just not set our priorities right. So don't tell me that this gathering would not have been possible if we individually and collectively did not decide to make it possible. That is a fallacy of the past, and please excuse me. And that is the way that we will have to go in order to set our own agenda, because perhaps you will only go as far as you can go, and beyond that, you are left in the dark. As a Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi for 10 years, I visited many nuclear universities in the West and in the United States. And when we got to where the rubber meets the road, and you want to ask questions, which an intellectual of my caliber, representing a large university, would want to know, they blatantly don't answer you. Are we together here? No, are we together? Or I'm talking a lot of nonsense. Because if we are together, then you must go against the grain and ask the questions that are very difficult to answer. And ask also yourself, how come? I'm not a racialist, I don't intend to be one, but how come some people died in larger drones than others? And I want to leave you with that question mark, but rather than just going out reading the same thing that has been excellently placed by Her Excellency the Chief Justice and the Right Honorable Speaker. This arm of government wants to leave a few question marks on your head. Are you prepared to be liberated? You don't have to go to Canada or to the United Kingdom or to Sweden in order for your brain to work the way it should work. That mindset must change here and today. And if it is true that you are going to have some impacts in this very important subject, then can I suggest that we speak with a little bit more truth from all sides? Are we together? Because you don't go to a nuclear plant and when you want to ask, oh, how is this done, then it tells you that one we shall discuss later. Who is fooling who? So there is urgent need for a thorough biological weapons convention. Why are you afraid of asking precisely where the COVID-19 virus came from? Was there some kind of war between the two big boys? For example, and I'm not saying so, I'm just saying, was there some kind of war between the two big boys, maybe the Chinese and the Americans, and something escaped before they were able to make it good enough so that it can be stored and be used whenever they want? What about this many stupid theories? Could biological weapons be incorporated into our pharmaceuticals? You know, you'll only ask those questions if you allow your brain to work openly. Not if you say, well, you know, we are going this way, or tomorrow we shall go this way, and we shall do this way. So you must excuse me because I said I was going to speak more like a top grade surgeon, critical surgeon, rather than a minister. But otherwise, I want to assure you of the executive arm of government's total commitment to work with our brothers in the region. The only one I have not seen is the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which is a member of the East African community. It's not here. I don't know why they were not invited, but perhaps in future we make sure that they are also invited. And also to hope that for the sake of mankind, you know, we had these things before the Soviet Union collapsed. The Soviet Union collapsed and everybody was happy. Now Russia is resurging to get back the Soviet Union. Are we in the verge of getting to Third World War? I think that should be worrying me more than anything else. I didn't realize that we eat grain from the Ukraine. Until now, the price of bread has gone to heaven. So if somebody becomes so desperate, and I think you should discuss this without prejudice. Why did Putin attack Ukraine? Why is everybody saying, no, he's an aggressor? But since I have a free mind, I'm asking myself, okay, this guy is not a good guy, but why did he attack the Ukraine? Could it be in his own national interest? And if so, where? Because it's not good for us to pretend that, oh, everything is okay, let's discuss about biological weapons convention in a silo somewhere. Things could be getting out of control quicker and earlier than you expect. My dearest ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I hope I have stirred enough nests to allow you to go a little bit against your program and discuss some of these very pertinent issues that are with us here today. What if Russia was to use nuclear weapons? The Americans say, oh, he will not use. But if you are cornered, are we together? You are a human being, you are cornered with a very big snake and there is nowhere to go. What do? So could there be need for us to inject some diplomacy in whatever we are doing? And also to apply what we are saying here to the current contemporary geopolitical situations in the world. It is now my most humble duty, Madam Chief Justice, Speaker, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to declare this very important gathering open. And I hope that for my colleagues who are from the surrounding countries, my parting word is this. If you are to say the truth at any time, the truth remains the same. You don't have to change your answers. And if your truth is based on facts, then if somebody does not agree, he can actually go to hell, isn't it? For example, if somebody was to ask you for your opinion, and that person is next to heaven, you shall give him the right opinion, the correct opinion, without prejudice. It's entirely up to him to accept or to reject your opinion. Are we together? Asanteni sana, you are very welcome. And if you have time, I hope you have arranged for them to go to Fort Jesus and a few of the pleasantries that you can enjoy in the course. Don't just discuss biological weapons alone. And I'll be watching to see the report to see whether you dared to look at the origin of what I've just said. Thank you.
Yes, I think let's give our chief guest another round of applause. Wherever Professor goes, he disrupts the environment. We always wait for the disruption. So as we come to the end of this session, just allow me to acknowledge the presence of our international partners who are here with us. I want to mention Of course, Canada. I think Canada is strongly represented here on behalf of the Global Partnership Initiative. There's the UN Regional Center for Peace and Disarmament in Africa. I think we have a representation. Just wave. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. We have the regional coordinator for UN Security Council Resolution 1540. Yes, we are with her in Addis Ababa, but I didn't know she was the Resolution 1540. Welcome, welcome to Kenya. Yes, they have the EU CBRN Center of Excellence in Kenya represented here. Yes, sir and madam, thank you very much for being here. We have representation from a very, very famous organization, the Africa CDC, presenting Mr. Maruta. Where are you, sir? Yes, thank you very much for being here with us. We have representation from IGAD. Yes, thank you very much, sir, for being here. And the parliamentarians for global action, we have representation for. Yes, we hope you can move with the parliament to ensure this legislation moves very fast. So our chief guest, sir, mine is just to pass a vote of thanks for the entire team, the high table for preparing or setting aside some time to be here with us, the NACOSTI board, the participants from various countries, our staff, our presenters. We have presenters also be presenting in the parallel sessions. Sarova White Sons, our teams, I think the various teams handling these various gadgets. It's not so easy. I was very fearful that the national anthem sometimes gets stuck when you're just about to play. I kept on asking, and luckily enough, it played on well. So just as part of housekeeping and to save on time, I think we are behind on 1 hour, but I think it's worth it. We will have the high table just move at the front for a photograph session. And during which time, I think one of my colleagues will hand over the flower to the chief guest. Hope the aide is there to carry the flower, and also I think to Alex to present the other side of this gathering. Soon after that, I think we'll move for photograph session very quickly, and then we have a tea break. And with that, I'll hand over to Madam Fanny and Dr. Alex proceed with the sessions. So very quickly, if you may permit the high table, move down.
You can dance as you go.
I am deeply worried at heart. I am deeply worried at heart. Cause the girl I love so well, my friend has snatched from me. Now I really don't know what to do, but to hang my head and cry for my lovely Elizabeth. My sweet Elizabeth.
Denake kingi monoma. Denake kingi monoma. Aye tunya dete monoma. Karahuni yonde orege. Leunjo wengoro ranako. Leunjo wengekatia enjoy kambanite.
Joy kambanite. Some people say there are many girls that are really crazy after me, but I'm not interested in any. Save my lovely Elizabeth, my sweet Elizabeth.
Yes, thank you.
Hey. Yeah, you can dance with that. Yeah. Hey.
Omuntu lago kyokero tekutwo Kiboy boy tukul en kanoi nenyon Kero kinechi lago kyokero mokchero Kero kinechi Kongo inguno kimoche chomiet neti yekalie 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 Mamingala
Hey.
Iberu de leño.
We are reconvening shortly. I hope the next couple of minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, we are now going to start with session 1 of our program. Session 1 will focus on the Biological Weapons Convention, its importance, and the core elements for an effective implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention. During this session, we will have a set of 5 brief presentations on the BWC, on the project that provides the framework for this workshop. We will have presentations on national implementing legislation, on confidence building measures, and institutional arrangements for BWC implementation. We hope that this session will provide a good overview for you of the BWC, and we will also have during the session some interactive exercises to make the learning experience more interactive and interesting for all of you. So with those few words, may I kindly ask Dr. Alex Lampalser to deliver the first presentation of this session, which is an introduction to the Biological Weapons Convention. Thank you.
Good morning again. Thank you, Fanny, for giving me the floor. And what I'd like to do now is to start off with an introduction about the Biological Weapons Convention, just to set a common baseline from where we can proceed for the remainder of this important workshop. I hope you can see the next slide about the Biological Weapons Convention. No. Okay, here we go. Thank you for your patience. What I'd like to start off is just really to share with you in a nutshell the Biological Weapons Convention. This convention is quite old. In fact, it was negotiated at the end of the 1960s against the background of the Cold War. Since its entry into force in 1975, so it's more than 40 years ago, it has garnered, in fact, a lot of support. You can see on the map that we have 184 states that have joined this convention. This is a lot, but nevertheless, there is always a number of states parties that still need to join. And you see here, we still have 13 countries in total that haven't joined the Biological Weapons Convention. 7 of them are located in Africa. So Africa is an important region where progress we wish to make, to encourage, to join these remaining 7 countries to join the BWC. This convention provides the same rights and the same obligations to all its parties. It is non-discriminatory. Everybody is the same. Every state has the same voice, the same obligations, and the same right. It was the first multilateral treaty that banned an entire category of weapons of mass destruction. This convention is rather brief. It has only 15 articles. And in these 15 articles, the key norms are enshrined. And I'll share that with you in a minute. Importantly also, this convention is open to any state that may wish to join. Now, looking at this convention a bit more in detail on the articles, you can see here some of the key articles that this convention is formed of. We have an Article 1 that addresses the basic and crucial obligations. And I won't go through article by article, you can see them yourselves, but it has also under Article 3 a non-proliferation norm, importantly. Article 4 is crucial so that the implementation of the convention can be carried out at the national level. It is up to all states parties how to best and effectively implement the BWC. The BWC, while of course clearly a disarmament convention, a disarmament regime, has also other options at its disposal to consult and clarify in case of concerns that states parties may raise. And this has been activated, this mechanism, twice. We have an Article 6 for investigations of alleged breaches. This article has never been invoked. Importantly, we have the provision of assistance should there be a threat or a use of biological weapons. Another very crucial article is Article 10, which provides for international cooperation and assistance, so to say, to encourage and facilitate the peaceful use of science and technology. Now, what are some of these key elements that I think underpin the importance and the benefits of the Biological Weapons Convention? I think we are all clear that the BWC is a key pillar in the multilateral arms control and disarmament architecture. Besides other treaties, other regimes in the area of weapons of mass destruction, the BWC really is the most important treaty when we talk about biological weapons and prohibiting this entire category. Over the course of the years, it has established a very strong norm. We've heard already about some of the institutional deficits, but never and while acknowledging that it has formed a very strong and robust norm. I think it could not have been taken for granted when this convention entered into force in the early 70s, that all states would give up their biological weapons arsenals. Biological weapons have disappeared from military doctrines, and there's really strong global support for this convention. Importantly also, the Biological Weapons Convention is the sole multilateral forum for dialogue, for cooperation on all matters pertaining to the implementation of this convention. As I mentioned before, it is an arms control and disarmament regime, but it has also an important component addressing international cooperation and assistance. Now, another element, and we're very grateful for having Ms. Ainas Mohammed also with us, is the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1540 that addresses particularly the non-state actor level. And there are a number of important synergies that can be made when implementing the BWC and implementing Security Council Resolution 1540. Now, how does this convention work in fact? As pointed out already in the opening session, there is no international verification regime. This is a shortcoming, and I think also widely admitted, and efforts are being made to strengthen this convention. We also do not have an international organization in support of its implementation, like, for example, in the chemical area, the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. This does not exist for the BWC. There is a small implementation support unit that has been established more than 15 years ago in Geneva to support states parties in facilitating the implementation of this convention. The onus is really up to each individual state how to best and effectively translate these convention provisions into effective implementation. One key element, and we'll hear later in the morning from my colleague Fanny, is the establishment of national contact points. They have a key role at the domestic level to coordinate within the country, and also as a communication, as a key focal point to us in Geneva and to other states. The highest organ that meets every 5 years is the review conference, and I'll come in a minute to that. Since 2003, we have so-called intersessional work programs. So during these intersessional work programs, states are meeting in Geneva to discuss specific topics. Some of the topics more at the technical, at the expert level. And for this fact, there have been so-called meetings of experts held usually in summer, and more political, more policy-oriented meeting of states parties also held on an annual basis more towards the end of the year. How is the coordination being carried out? There are 3 regional groups. The non-aligned movement, by far the biggest group with 124 states, and also African states are belonging to the non-aligned movement. We have the Western European group, and that's traditionally chaired, and the group coordinator is Australia. And we have an Eastern European group where the rotation is done on a 6-monthly basis. Currently, coordinator is Serbia. In order to ensure equity, there is a regular rotation among the leadership positions. So this is done from one year to another among the three regional groups. There are three depositories: the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom, and the United States. And we're very glad to have here Ms. Lourdes Costa-Camps representing the United States as one of the three depositories. And also allow me to point out that the budget for this convention is very small. It's 1.5 million for the last 3 years, which essentially just covers the meetings in Geneva, the staff costs, and any translation of documents in the 6 official languages. So we very much rely on voluntary contributions. And this contribution by Global Affairs Canada, by the Global Partnership in a wider context, is really essential and brings us all together here, that we can address really how to best advance and make progress. I highlighted already Article 10, and Article 10 is really essential for promoting the peaceful use of science and technology. This cooperation can take place at the multilateral level, but also at the bilateral level. And I encourage you again during our workshop to reach out to our colleagues, to engage in discussions. And I think together we can make progress how to best support you and facilitate the implementation or joining this convention in the first place. In order to support this international cooperation aspect, there is also a so-called international cooperation and assistance database, just a tool to support matchmaking purposes. I encourage you to take a look at it, and there are a number of offers that are available. Again, please do not hesitate to reach out to us, to the offering states, how they can best support you. Now, looking at the resources, you will see that in the area of biological weapons, we have really a number of deficits that need to be addressed. While the number of states that have joined the convention has been steadily increasing, to get on board the remaining 13 countries is of course not an easy task. And so we are very grateful also that representatives of those states that have not joined yet the convention are here with us today. And we're looking forward to your thoughts, to your suggestions, how we can help you to join this treaty. Looking at the budget I already mentioned, it's really a fraction of the resources available to other international organizations. And so is the staffing. While through voluntary contributions, we have in fact more experts that supporting us in Geneva. If you compare it with the figures here, it's of course very minimal and limited. Now, before I'm concluding and passing on to my colleague Fanny, just allow me to highlight some key aspects of this upcoming 9th review conference of the Biological Weapons Convention. This is the highest organ that meets normally every 5 years. Because of the COVID pandemic, it has been postponed to later this year and will actually take place between 28th of November and 16th December. At this meeting, the strategic path forward for the next 5 years will be made. Important decisions will be taken. So I really encourage you all to attend, to share your policy priorities so that we can make progress and move forward to strengthen this convention. One important aspect to enable the participation of all states is the so-called BWC sponsorship program. And I hope you have all received the respective information. This sponsorship program has been received a generous contribution for Africa with a specific focus from the Global Partnership, as well as from France. And almost all candidates that have applied for it actually will participate in the upcoming meeting. So 18 experts from African states will join in Geneva and can contribute to the proceedings. And as I understand, there's still a number of other experts and other opportunities for experts to attend this conference, and I think we'll hear more of it during this meeting. What is the outlook for this upcoming review conference? I think we've heard it in the opening session. We are all aware of it. We're currently operating in a very challenging geopolitical environment. This, of course, makes it also difficult to advance the implementation of the convention because consensus is required for all decisions to make progress. And I trust you understand, in view of the current geopolitical challenges, this is not an easy endeavor. At the same time, I think we need to remain positive. Many states parties have really voiced the importance of the Biological Weapons Convention. We've heard about the COVID-19 pandemic. While a public health event, I think it has affected us all. And I think it's important. We know, we are aware what are the dangers, what are the threats posed by bioagents. To take this as a responsibility and move this convention forward towards a strengthened implementation. While we need to be realistic, it's also important to be ambitious, to set our goals high, because only then we can reach them. While maybe we cannot make the big shot, it will be important, I think, to reach consensus on a number of key aspects that pave the way forward. When talking about making progress, it's also important to note that a sustained financial foundation is crucial, and all states need to contribute financially to this convention. At the same time, also allow me to point out that for many states parties, the contributions are really minimum. Talking from a $1.5 million budget, least developed countries contribute on an annual basis with $15 US. And many of the states are actually below $100 US. So this is in absolute figures, I think, an amount that can be shared for advancing and making progress. Allow me to conclude just with a statement and a quote made by the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, just at the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. And he quotes, allow me to quote, "The weaknesses and lack of preparedness exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic provide a window onto how a bioterrorist attack might unfold and may increase its risks." So on that note, thank you very much for your attention. I'll pass on now the floor to my colleague, Fanny, and then I think afterwards we can take a number of questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex, and good morning to everyone again. We are now going to proceed with the second topic of this session, which is an overview of the project supporting universalization and effective implementation of the BWC in Africa. This workshop is organized in the framework of this important project, which, as you have heard already from the opening remarks of the Undersecretary for Disarmament Affairs of the United Nations, it's the most ambitious project that has been implemented so far by the Implementation Support Unit. So a framework has been developed to ensure successful implementation of this project. So I am pleased now to present this to you. There's something with the slides. So first of all, at the outset, why was this project established? Why did the Implementation Support Unit decided to prepare and present a proposal to support African countries in a comprehensive manner when seeking to enhance the implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention? Well, first of all, the ISU had received several assistance requests from African states parties. And these assistance requests were being considered on a case-by-case basis, subject to availability of funding. And these assistance requests were being implemented mainly in the context of smaller projects that were had only a duration of several months or a year. And it was soon evident that for larger impact, it is important to have a project that has a longer duration and to have a project that addresses the needs and priorities of African states in a comprehensive manner and not only on a case-by-case basis. And that's why this project was designed as a project with a duration of 4 years, to give sufficient time to implement activities, assess the impact of activities, and also make sure that all the activities are tailored to the needs of the region and to the needs of individual states. Another important factor for the rationale of this project was also the COVID-19 pandemic. And we saw among countries around the world and countries in Africa that the pandemic created increased interest in states around the world and in the African continent to enhance national frameworks for biosafety and biosecurity. In this context, the Global Partnership Signature Initiative to mitigate deliberate biological threats in Africa provided for the ISU a timely opportunity to prepare and present this proposal, and the proposal was accepted by the Global Partnership, and then we are happy then now to be in the framework of implementing the project. So, what is the objective of this project? The objective of the project is to increase membership in the Biological Weapons Convention in Africa and enhance its implementation. This we seek to do this through 4 main activities, which are the four pillars of the project. First of all, promoting universalization of the convention in Africa. Second, providing assistance for the development of implementing legislation for the BWC in the region. Third, supporting the preparation and submission of confidence building measures under the Biological Weapons Convention, and for facilitating the establishment or designation of national contact points. We will soon see in each case what is the baseline and the target for each of these core areas. But first of all, let me just give an overview of the benefits that are expected from this project. It is important to note that assistance under the project is available to all interested African states. Of course, assistance is provided to interested states according to their plans, priorities, and needs. This is a project that is driven by the states that are beneficiaries. So the project will have benefits at the national, regional, and international level. At the national level, the project will provide tailored support to improve the implementation of the BWC at the national level, and also tailored support to improve national coordination for the implementation of the BWC. Through awareness and training activities, we hope that officials at the national level will also have a better understanding and will gain more expertise about the Biological Weapons Convention at the national level. So biosafety, biosecurity, non-proliferation stakeholders in each state will be able to benefit from information and training opportunities provided under the project. Another important benefit at the national level also relates to improving coordination. So under the Biological Weapons Convention, we are seeking to promote a coordinated approach to biosafety, biosecurity, and non-proliferation, and enhance the coordination among institutions, and also the strategic approach to this topic because of their interrelation. At the regional level, we hope that workshops like this one will promote an exchange of national experiences in implementing the BWC and in achieving the benefits of full and effective implementation. The Honorable Cabinet Secretary this morning, Professor George Magoha, was mentioning the importance of self-reliance in Africa, working together. So we hope that with this type of workshops, there will be an enhanced collaboration at the sub-regional and regional levels as well on matters related to BWC implementation. The project is aligned with regional priorities from the African Union, regional priorities from Africa CDC, and this is also the project activities will also provide an opportunity to align with the activities of these important organizations. Of course, at the global level, at the international level, by strengthening the convention in Africa, the global norm against the deliberative use of the seas will also be strengthened. Now let's look at the focus areas. What is the current status in the region, and what are the targets under the project? On universalization, we have that there are 47 African states that are party to the BWC. By the end of the project, for a bit less than 4 years, we hope that this number will have increased by 3. So we hope that at the end of the project, we'll have 50 states in Africa that have joined the BWC. In terms of implementing legislation for the BWC, there is not a general baseline, but it is the case that only a few states parties in the African continent have enacted legislation that comprehensively covers all elements of the BWC. During the project, we hope to increase to 10 to 12 the number of African states that have developed or have adopted legislation comprehensively covering all elements of the Biological Weapons Convention. In connection with submissions of confidence building measures, in the region, there are only 24 states. So only 24 states in Africa out of the 47 states parties that have submitted their confidence building measures reports. We hope by the end of the project to increase this number to 35. So we are looking forward to work closely with all of you to achieve this goal and to have 35 out of 47 states parties having submitted their CBM reports. In connection with national contact points, the designation of national contact points for the BWC, we have 28 states in Africa that have designated these contact points. And here we are very ambitious because we hope that the institutional arrangements will be a key interest among states participating in the project. So we hope to increase this number to 45. So practically encourage that or achieve that practically all states parties have a designated NCP. In terms of training, we are planning awareness activities, information activities, and training activities on the topics that are addressed in the project at the national, at the regional level. So we hope that these activities will target 700 to 1,000 African officials and experts that will gain expertise on the BWC. As Alex mentioned before, there are sponsorship opportunities for African officials, and we are hoping to increase this number from around 90 currently. We hope to increase this number to 150 sponsorship opportunities for African officials and experts to participate in the meetings of states parties, the meetings of experts, and the review conference that take place in Geneva. A few words about how the project is being implemented. What are the phases? As I mentioned, it's a 4-year project. The budget is $5.9 million, and there will be a dedicated team of up to 5 staff working on the project. The first phase of the project was focused on developing the strategic and conceptual framework and the implementation modalities. As I mentioned, biggest project so far. It's good that we get it right from the start, so we needed to make sure that we have the right framework for implementation. The second phase for the project, where we are now, is the conduct of sub-regional assessments through this type of regional workshops, and also developing individual work plans with each country. I will say a few more words about that later. The third phase will focus on the implementation of the national work plans. So the activities that have been identified in the context of phase 2, then we will proceed with implementation in phase 3. And phase 4 will focus on identification of lessons learned and recommendations, final reporting. We are hoping that this project will also provide inspiration for other regions, as this is the first regional project that has such a broad scope in this area. So a few words about phase 1 and the project implementation approach, that it is important for all of you, of course, to know that this project follows a needs-based approach. So that's why we want to discuss with each country and see what are the priorities, the plans, and how we may best support each of your countries. We will also focus on impact assessment and when implementing activities, working with each country to see how we can enhance the impact of activities. Another important aspect is the engagement and coordination with implementing partners. There are a lot of regional, interregional, international organizations that are also supporting programs related to the Biological Weapons Convention in Africa. And we are working very closely with those partners, and we are very happy to have them also participating in this meeting. Another important focus of the project is the gender perspective. We want to make sure that we implement activities following a gender perspective, and we have developed also a strategy and specific actions in this context. And finally, outreach and visibility. We want the region also to have more information about the BWC, to know what we are doing under the project. So we will also conduct a lot of outreach and visibility activities, because this also plays a key role in ensuring buying by national stakeholders. Now, a few words about the regional assessment and this workshop that we are conducting. We will have 5 regional workshops. This is the first one for Eastern Africa, and then we will have a workshop for Central Africa, Northern Africa, Southern Africa, and Western Africa. These regions, the sub-regions are aligned to the technical working groups of Africa CDC, because we wanted to make sure that our activities are aligned, the project activities are aligned with those of Africa CDC, and that's why we have distributed the regions in this manner. So the objectives of this meeting is to brief on the project and to gather related feedback. So during your national presentations, we look forward to hearing from you about which activities you think it would be useful to be supported under the project, both at the regional and at the national level. We also seek to provide a broad understanding of the BWC and the related implementation requirements, and of course, develop work plans with each of you. So the outcomes, the expected outcomes are, first of all, to have a regional baseline assessment. So after we conduct the 5 regional workshops, we will have really a regional baseline in Africa on the status of BWC implementation. Then we, of course, look forward to receiving feedback on priorities and needs at the regional, sub-regional, and national levels. And very importantly, and I hope that all of you, I'm sure all of you are thinking about that already, identifying the tailored support that can be provided to you under the project and that would be reflected in the respective work plans. And just some examples of the support activities that may be considered and that you can start reflecting on. We have activities focusing on awareness raising. So when we talk about awareness raising, we are talking about bringing together the stakeholders, informing about the BWC so that they are aware of what the convention is about and what are the implementation requirements, what are their respective roles. We may also organize training activities, which are information activities, but with a more focused, of course, learning objective. We can also conduct research if it would be important for the country. For instance, we can conduct research of open sources on legislation that has been adopted in the country that is relevant to the BWC. We can provide recommendations and identify gaps. We also provide drafting assistance in connection with the development of legislation or in connection with the development of legislative proposals for joining, for instance, the BWC. And we also have advocacy activities, so consultations with senior officials or parliamentarians to inform about the BWC and raise the importance of moving forward with enhancing the implementation of the convention. With that, Yes, that concludes my overview of the project. I thank you very much for your attention, and we will have now an interactive exercise, but before that, if I may now open the floor in case there are any questions for Alex or in connection with the project, please let us know if there are any questions. Thank you. Yes, please. We have.
Good morning. Hello, testing. It's not working yet. Try to speak softly. Thank you for the presentations. Very insightful, even for me, who has been working in the area for quite a while. I'm the Unicre Regional Coordinator for the EU CBRN Centers of Excellence Initiative, of which momentarily, or at the moment, we have 28 partner countries in Africa. My question to you is, I saw you had a lot of benefits, how the project can engage with the partner countries, and I'm always very interested in that because we very much support that. Specifically on the cross-national, at the national level, the cross-communication, the coordination, can you give me an example of how you would stimulate that, how the countries can benefit? In that context, I would like to mention that for those 28 partner countries, in principle, they all have a CBRN national team with the relevant actors in the different stakeholder ministries, authorities. They would also be very much available to you. This is a national network, and we'll be very happy to make those links to the national focal point. For example, for Uganda, the national focal point is sitting front row right at the end. So that's a great entry point for any of the activities and questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very important question. I will have more detailed presentations on the specific support we have, for instance, in connection with the institutional arrangements. But indeed, the point that you raise, it's very valid. It is very important to enhance the national interinstitutional coordination. So what we are planning is to have activities where we bring together all the relevant stakeholders. It depends on each country. I mean, the first step would be to assist the country in conducting a mapping of relevant institutions. So when we identify a counterpart or the national contact point, then we advise and support the country in conducting this mapping of institutions. Then when this mapping is conducted, this is normally the step-by-step process, but will depend on each country. Then we support the organization of a national workshop of stakeholders when we inform about the convention and encourage the creation of a working group that could be more or less formal depending on the structure of each country. The point you raise about the CBRN focal points is very important, and we actually have benefited from your support also in finding the right counterparts, participants for this workshop. So we also hope to continue working with these established mechanisms, because in some cases it can be a sub-working group under a bigger umbrella like the CBRN focal points, and some countries have chosen that structure. So it depends on each country. So it's indeed a very valid point, and we look forward to continue collaborating in this area.
Yes, within the Kenyan context, that issue has arisen between different focal points, CBRN, another one on strategic goods, and then there's NACOSTI and so forth. But it's been made easier by the introduction of the STI mainstreaming target, for which all ministries, departments, and agencies report to one agency. So I know a government chemist is a focal point for CBRN, but at the end of it, we will get a report from the government chemist to NACOSTI, from which you can have a team now to give us a report. So it's easy to gather all the reports from the focal point. NACOST is the agency created to regulate science, technology, innovation, and also advise the government on matters thereof. So we hope we can use that STI mainstreaming target to bring on board the other focal points to convey the data that they have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing the national example of Kenya. Are there any other questions before we move with the interactive exercise? Yes, here, the gentleman in the front, please, second row.
Thank you so much for the nice presentation and the overview of the project. My questions just go with a little bit background, and then I'll ask the question. I know that we are regulating the biological agents, and some of the countries in the region have started even developing the bill. I know the NACOST have gone further on that, on developing the bill for biological agents registrations. So I just wanted to know if we can somehow join these two, BWC and biological registrations, because we are trying to advocate biosecurity to our policymakers right now. And at the same point, we are now bringing in the Biological Weapon Convention legislation. So I wanted to know if there is a possibility of having a common mechanism for legislation of the two components. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question and that very important point. I think that the following presentations will provide also more clarity, more clarity on that, because it is indeed important to, when looking at the implementation of the Biological Weapons Convention, or when looking at enhancing the national framework for biosecurity, that the country looks at the whole range of legislation in a comprehensive manner, because these are very interrelated areas. And the importance is to really understand the interrelation and how the Biological Weapons Convention serves also to enhance biosecurity at the national level when it's effectively implemented. For instance, you have a control regime for biological agents, you have biosecurity rules, you have biosafety rules, but these rules, by preventing the diversion of biological agents of concern, support the Biological Weapons Convention, because this prevents that these regimes prevent that these agents fall in the wrong hands that are used as biological weapons or for malicious purposes. So there is a close interrelation, and it is one of the aspects that the project is really trying to convey. And by bringing together the different stakeholders, we hope that it will be possible to convey this key message. And it has been already mentioned before, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown the vulnerability of societies to disease outbreaks, whether they are of deliberate origin, natural origin, or intentional. So if we look at it from the biosafety perspective, if we look at it from the biosecurity perspective or non-proliferation, the effect is still the same of a disease outbreak is the same for society. So it is important to understand these interrelations. Thank you. And the gentleman in the back, please. Yes. No, no, sorry. I think we had first a question there, and then to you. Well, if you have the microphone, then sorry. Then go ahead. Sorry, because you have the microphone. Let's be practical. Yes.
Thank you. I'm from Somalia. My name is Abdullahi. I'm the director of Somali Chemical Society. Thank you for the wonderful presentation of the project. Since I've seen the project, I would like to go direct to question. So we all know Somalia is not the signatory of the BCW, and then is this project is just benefited those countries who part of the BCW, and how Somalia will get the benefit from this project? That's the two questions I want to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very pertinent question. Yes, indeed, and my colleague Fanny mentioned it, but allow me to reiterate. All states are okay. I hope you can hear me now. Sorry for the technical glitches. So all states in Africa are eligible to receive support under this project, whether it is a state party, a signatory, or a non-signatory to the Biological Weapons Convention, because we want to make progress in the area of universalization, so that countries join the BWC, but at the same time also that the implementation of the BWC is more effective. So really, we try and we engage at the entire African continent with all interested states. Now, how can you best receive support and what are the priorities? This is really up to Somalia. We are open to support you. As you know, we will have also during this workshop a first informal bilateral discussion where we look forward to listen to your needs, to identify the key priorities, to shape together a work plan, to set concrete targets for the way ahead. We are ready really to work together hand in hand and support you so that Somalia also will become a party to this convention in due course. I hope this addresses the question. Thank you very much.
Can I go ahead with the question? Okay, thank you so much. Two questions. In our current state of the African continent, and I'm very sure that we are very peaceful in as far as biological weapons are concerned. And we know that the developed countries have danger that they're exposed to and are keen to the issue of climate change. How is the future going to look like? Are the developed countries going to compensate Africa like carbon trading? That's a very heavy question because we are a very peaceful continent. Number two, again, as the world develops, developed countries have their own challenges as far as biological weapons and biosecurity matters are concerned. Having reached where they are as developed countries, do you think the challenges they face are also the challenges we face in Africa? I'm talking about a fully fledged grown elephant and maybe a squirrel. You may not like that comparison. This squirrel must be empowered to grow and become like an elephant so that we are on the same footing. The capacity to grow to become an elephant. Different challenges, different solutions. Which is the roadmap? Thank you.
Want to start with that?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that very interesting reflection. I think from our perspective at the ISU, I think just in that context, it's important, of course, to highlight that enhancing implementation of the convention is just in general an obligation, and it's not implying that there is a particular level of non-compliance in a region, but it's just a support in enhancing in general the implementation of a convention that the countries have adhered to and on their international law are obliged to implement at the national level. It is important in general in this context to make sure that there is an appropriate control of agents, because as peaceful as any region may be, if any dangerous material substance is lost, that is always a danger. So there is something very, very important to do, which is really make sure that there are regimes to control these agents. Of course, you mentioned challenges. Challenges are different. Challenges are different at the regional level between developing countries, but also between countries in the same region. That's why we are looking to try to work hand in hand with each country to make sure that we identify solutions or that we make proposals that are in line with their national circumstances. So just a few words from me, and then now I pass the floor to you.
Thank you for your question. I think I'd like just to highlight one element. This project does not wish to impose any solution already to any of the beneficiaries. It is really key to identify tailor-made solutions. That's why we came all together here. That's why we engage also in the course of this project and of this workshop bilaterally to discuss, to better understand specific needs, specific priorities. And based on these priorities, we will develop a work plan to set the priorities and go ahead. So just allow me again to reiterate this important point. And I'd like to pass on the floor to Professor Oyaba. He also would like to comment.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Titus. I'm not an expert in this, but I think based on my contacts over the last 1 year or so with the experts that we go with to Geneva, indeed, the challenges are very different based on country or region. And some of these challenges, like in Africa, might seem to be minor, and yet they're very massive. And in this one, I think there's something maybe we will present in the afternoon, but I just wanted to highlight very recent articles in the newspaper. This was like November 28, 2021. And the question was, some of the Sukuma wiki, how safe is the vegetable that you eat? Beware of his safety. I think this was done by Kefis, and that the CEO is here, and also Madam Mellon. How safe is the Sukuma wiki you eat? And the question which was being put there is the fear that they could be carcinogenic, they could be causing a lot of cancer quietly without us knowing. So who detects that? Who checks on that? The other question, it could be not intentional, just like COVID, or it could be intentional. These are the issues that we address differently. The other one, which was in May 2022, is the aflatoxin issue of the maize. I'm sure we all know in Kenya, the issue of buying the maize flour is no. The question, is it intentional or not intentional? Where you go to a supermarket and you're not sure whether you can buy whichever maize flour that is there. The third one, very recent, I think, is September 2013. The Kenya Bureau of Standards, I think, requested for withdrawal of certain products, oil products. So there are quite a number, and each country is only that on our side, we have not gone ahead to really get experts to detect this. And lastly, and I'm sure Kefri is presented here, is the Madenge. The Madenge issue, which was a Baringo county issue, it is now becoming a national issue. And I think even Kefri are trying to, in a center of excellence on, they call it Prosophis juliflora, at least I learned from the experts. That's extending, it's decimating their livelihoods, decimating their cattle. The question, if somebody converted that to intentionally deal with a certain group of people, especially in the political scene, how serious will it be? And I'm more worried about like the maize meal, the maize flour, and the pesticides that we use. It could completely kill. And the data was there that quite a number of people, and in fact, one of them was the according to WHO globally, 1 in 10 people falls ill after consuming contaminated food. Yes, and 420,000 die of food-related illnesses every year. We might be dying slowly, but we are not aware. These are the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much again for the question, and thank you, Professor Oyaba, for that illustration. Now I see another question here. Please, sir, go ahead.
Thank you so much. They call me Bunyasi. From Professor's talk, it makes me a little bit worried. And this calls for an intervention, maybe to come up with a project on how we can come up with a profession on biosafety and biosecurity. If we have professionals that have studied biosafety and biosecurity effectively, maybe BSc level onwards, it will be very important because these are the officers that can detect such anomalies. So probably consider putting aside some little funds to work on that area. We also need to look for a way of engaging young scientists. On biosafety and biosecurity. If we do that, definitely it's good. Last week I was in a high school in Trans Nzoia. I was asked to go there and give a motivational talk, but something funny happened. Along the way, the talk turned out to be a biosafety, biosecurity talk. But what I discovered was marvelous. Those students, they know a lot than what we thought. So I think if they can be capacitated, small, by the time they reach universities, they will be great scientists. And these are the people that will be in a position to put things right. But as for now, we may talk of toxins on sukuma wiki, but who is going to monitor that? We don't have the capacity. So we need to train people. So training may be very, very important. The training is the solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for raising that important point. Indeed, it is very relevant. In the context of the project, just for your information, we have, as part of the visibility strategy, we are also developing a series of modules for targeted stakeholders. And one of these group of stakeholders is the youth. So we are trying to design modules that will serve to inform the youth also about the importance of the Biological Weapons Convention. The importance of the biosafety and biosecurity profession, of course, is of the utmost importance, this profession. This is not part of the framework of the project, but we are working closely with implementing partners, and we are taking note of this type of suggestions that may also serve the purposes of the projects, so that we may convey them also to other partners who may be in a position also to support this type of initiatives. All right, so I think let's move to the next presentation now. I am very glad to see that we have a lot of interest from participants. and that there will be a lot of questions. So that is very promising. So we have prepared very quickly an interactive exercise just to wake you up in case you're asleep, but I don't think so because you've been very active, or just to help consolidate the knowledge for those of you who are now for the first time being involved in matters related to the Biological Weapons Convention. So first, we have a true or false question. The Biological Weapons Convention was the first treaty prohibiting an entire category of weapons of mass destruction. Is this true or false? Who can tell me that? Yes, sir? Exactly. Yeah, true. So yeah, we started with an easy one. Okay, so the next ones are not going to be so easy. Yeah, all right. So let's move forward. So the second question: how many states are party to the Biological Weapons Convention? So can I see a hand? Yes, sir. There. 184. That is correct. Yes. And Acosti will be preparing the gifts for those who respond correctly. All right. So the third question: when did the Biological Weapons Convention enter into force? Do I see a hand? Let me see. I think on this side, the gentleman with the orange. Yes. When? Do I hear from here? When? The lady, yes, in the front? 1975, correct, correct. Yes, I think we have been paying a lot of attention, so you have a lot of gifts to prepare, Professor. Yeah. All right, so how big was the last annual budget for the implementation support unit of the Biological Weapons Convention? Was it $1.5 million, $7.4 million, or $22 million? Sir, in the front, yes? Indeed, yes, 1.5. We wish it would be 22, but no, it's 1.5, yes. Question 5. How many African states are party to the Biological Weapons Convention? How many African states are party? Yes, sir? 47, indeed. We wish it was 50, but no, it's only 47, but we hope that at the end of the project, it will be more. So question 6, what are the benefits of joining the Biological Weapons Convention? Is it access to international cooperation for peaceful uses of biological sciences? Is it that it helps to address the threat of bioterrorism? Is it that it supports the achievement of sustainable development goals? Is it that it helps to improve the implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540? So who wants to respond to this question? Sir, yes? Pardon me? All of it, yes, very good, yes. So, of course, this is a key message that we'd like you to take with you. These are all benefits of joining the BWC, and I hope that the states that are not party are taking note of this particular slide as well. So now question 7. The highest organ for decision-making in the context of the Biological Weapons Convention is the meeting of states parties, the review conference, the meeting of experts, or the UN Security Council? Sir, in the back, yes? Yes, you? The highest organ. Security Council, and that is not correct. That is not correct in this context. So another try. Yes. Indeed, the review conference. Indeed, the review conference. The Biological Weapons Convention
does not have an international organization supporting, so it is the states parties through the review conference that take decisions on the program of work and the budget and all other activities related to the BWC. The situation is different, of course, when we have an international organization. Okay, so this was just a few questions to break up the ice, and now we have time for another presentation, and it's going to be delivered by myself again, so please bear with me. And now we will be discussing the very interesting subject of implementing legislation. I am a lawyer, that's my background, so this is an area that is of much interest to me, and this is the area where I support mostly the implementation support unit in providing legislative assistance to states in the development of legislation related to the BWC. And so, all lawyers, how many lawyers are in the room here? Let me see, am I all alone? Lawyers? 1, 2. Wow, we are in the minority. Yes, only 3 lawyers. Well, maybe that's sufficient, huh? Maybe you don't want more. No? Well, yes, of course. Yes, very good. So we are 4, but, very strong here. Very well represented. So, we all lawyers know that when a state becomes party to a treaty, to a convention, to an international legal instrument, under international law, it agrees to be bound by the provisions of that treaty. So that country cannot invoke the status of its national legislation to justify that it cannot comply with its obligation under that treaty. So that's why we have a national implementing obligation. So states are obliged to implement the treaties and conventions that they adhere to reflect them in the national legislation as may be needed, because in some cases, maybe the national legislation is already in line with the international treaty that they have joined. So let's look in the case of the Biological Weapons Convention, how this implementing obligation looks like. I have summarized here the key learning points from this brief presentation. First of all, we will see what is the scope of the implementing obligation in the context of the BWC. Second, what are the approaches for developing implementing legislation? Because each country is different, there are different legal systems, and there are various ways for countries to implement their legislation. It is for each country to decide how best to go about that. Third, what are the main elements of implementing legislation? So what are the key topics that would need to be addressed in national law to effectively implement the BWC? And finally, we will talk about the support that is available under the project for this specific area, for developing or improving the legislation on the BWC at the national level. So what is the scope of national implementing measures? We have Article 4 of the BWC, which clearly reflects this obligation. This article provides that each state party shall, in accordance with its constitutional processes, take any necessary measures to prohibit and prevent the development, production, etc. of biological weapons. We have several important elements here. Well, first of all, is that each state party shall, so it's an obligation to take the necessary national implementing measures. At the same time, the provision is very careful to state that this is done in accordance with the constitutional processes of each country. So again, it is for each state to decide which are these measures and take any necessary measures to prohibit and prevent. Any necessary measures means legislation, regulations, institutional arrangements, operational arrangements. There is a wide range of measures that the country may need to take to effectively implement the BWC. And in this presentation, I am focusing on implementing legislation. But of course, it may not be the only necessary measure, but this is the focus of this presentation. Then we have also the phrase to prohibit and to prevent. So these are the two key elements of national implementation. There are some activities that are absolutely prohibited, like the development, acquisition, etc. of biological weapons. These are absolute prohibitions. In other areas, when it comes to the peaceful use of biological agents of concern, this is a permitted activity, but it is important to control this activity. So this activity needs to be controlled to ensure that these agents are not diverted for malicious purposes. So we have two sets of measures, the prohibitions and the control of permitted peaceful activities. So let's look now in more detail at the areas that are relevant. That leads me to the areas that are relevant for the implementation of the BWC. This is from a substantive perspective. We have the aspect of non-proliferation, which is traditionally the aspect that is, of course, more linked to the Biological Weapons Convention, because under the convention, states parties are obliged to prohibit biological weapons, and they need to introduce these criminal provisions into their national legislation. But the Biological Weapons Convention also relates to biosecurity and biosafety. I may mention here that the terms biosafety and biosecurity are not mentioned in the text of the BWC. However, the states parties, in the context of their meetings and during review conferences, have agreed that these areas are relevant for the BWC. And they have agreed that these areas are relevant because the control of the material, that the control of biological agents of concern, of course, helps to fulfill the objectives in the convention, because it helps to prevent the development of biological weapons. You see on the screen the definition of biosafety and biosecurity. These are the definitions that have been adopted by the meetings of states parties. Biosecurity refers to the protection, control, and accountability measures implemented to prevent the unauthorized access, retention, loss, etc. of biological agents and toxins. And when we talk about safety, we are talking about the principles, technologies, practices, and measures implemented to prevent the accidental release of biological agents and toxins, and to protect people and the environment from the effects of such release or exposure. So biosafety, we protect the people and the environment from the agents. And when we talk about biosecurity, we protect the agents from people with malicious intention to steal or to misuse the biological agents of concern. So these three areas are relevant for the implementation of the BWC. Now, when we look at the implementation of the BWC, we also need to look at other international legal instruments that are related or may be related to the BWC. First of all, we have United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540, which seeks to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, so chemical, radiological, nuclear, and biological. So when a state implements the BWC, it is also implementing some of the obligations that are reflected in this resolution. So it is important to bear this overall framework in mind as well. The World Health Organization also has some legal instruments that are relevant when implementing the BWC. We have first of all the international health regulations, which provide a framework for the response to disease outbreaks of international concern. And we have the laboratory biosafety manual that has been developed under the aegis of the WHO, which contains, reflects really the best practices for biosafety in laboratories, and it's widely used by laboratories around the world. We have also the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety to the Convention on Biological Diversity, which refers to the biosafety of genetically modified organisms. So this is also an instrument that may be related to the BWC. Similarly, we have codes alimentarios of the World Organization for Animal Health, which contains biosafety and biosecurity principles, as well as the international standards for phytosanitary measures under the International Plant Protection Convention. Because when we talk about the Biological Weapons Convention, we talk also about human health, animal health, plant health. So it relates to all these areas. Another important instrument that is still under development is the Africa CDC Model Legal Framework on Biosafety and Biosecurity, which contains a description of the key elements that normally need to be included at the national level to have a sound framework for biosafety and biosecurity. So I hope it does not seem complicated, but of course, no convention exists in a vacuum. It doesn't exist in a vacuum, so we have to look at the BWC and how it relates to other international legal instruments and what are the gaps in this context and how best then to address these gaps. But in any case, we are there to assist you in the context of the project to go through all these topics. So what are the approaches for implementing legislation to for the Biological Weapons Convention? As I mentioned, it is for each state to decide the best approach. This is just a summary of the approaches that we have identified in the majority of states parties, and that's why we are sharing with you. In some countries, it is decided to follow a CBRN or weapons of mass destruction approach, where there is a single piece of legislation that prohibits and prevents the proliferation of all weapons of mass destruction. So this type of legislation will have a chapter on chemical weapons, a chapter on biological weapons, a chapter on nuclear non-proliferation. So some countries have chosen this approach. Other countries choose to develop a single piece of legislation for the Biological Weapons Convention. So a single act where the provisions of the BWC are implemented in a comprehensive manner. Some other countries choose what we call a multi-sectorial approach, which is countries that say, well, we don't need a new law. What we need to do is just amend several laws. We need to amend the criminal code to establish the prohibitions. We need to amend the export control legislation to include, to provide for the inclusion of lists of biological agents subject to control. We need to amend the health laws to provide for the establishment of biosafety and biosecurity requirements. So this is what we call the multi-sectoral approach, where a country, instead of having a specific law, decides just to amend several existing laws. And finally, we have a combination of approaches And this is basically where there's a bit of everything in a country. And actually, there are a lot of countries that have this combination of approaches where they have, for instance, a biosafety, biosecurity legislation, but then they say, well, we won't have the criminal provisions here because our legal system doesn't allow. We will amend the criminal code. So this is a combination then of approaches. So what are the elements of implementing legislation for the BWC? So very briefly, first of all, the state needs to make sure that that its national legislation provides criminal offenses and penalties pertaining to biological weapons. There are also some matters related to criminal procedures, so assistance in the case of international cases, or matters related to prosecution, to enforcement, to make sure that this is also included in the legislation. The national implementing legislation also needs to look at strategic trade controls over international transfers. So there should be a list of agents, equipment, and items that are subject to control. And there should be a description of what are the elements of the control regime. Will it be an authorization required, a license, or only a notification? So these are activities subject to control related to export, import, transshipment, just to make sure that there is a control of international transfer. Then we need a control regime, as I mentioned before, what agents are subject to control, what activities are subject to control, what facilities are subject to control. And this all relates to agents that are biological agents of concern. This control regime needs to have elements of licensing, inspection, and enforcement as well. The legislation also needs to assign responsibilities, who will be the authority responsible for implementing the provisions of the legislation. And we also need to look at provisions related to the establishment of biosafety requirements, biosecurity requirements. Provisions on bioemergency preparedness and response are also an important aspect of BWC implementation. So now, what is the support that is available under the project to achieve effective implementation at the legislative level of the Biological Weapons Convention? Well, we support all steps of the legislative process. I have worked with a lot of countries around the world, and I know how complex the legislative process can be from beginning to end. It can take, normally takes several years. So we provide support to assess the national legal framework and identify gaps. So if you are not sure what's the status of the legislation, we could provide assistance in assessing the existing laws and identifying existing gaps. We can also assist in exchanging to determining the best approach in the country for implementing legislation. That is also depending on the existing national laws, because for instance, a country that already has a legislation that implements the Chemical Weapons Convention, then the joint approach, then it's not maybe feasible anymore. So that depends on each country. We provide assistance on drafting, reviewing, and finalizing the legislation. We also assist in advocacy, encouraging government approval process for legislation, and also encouraging parliament approval process for legislation. So we have a wide range of modalities to provide this support, as I mentioned, assessing the legislation, developing recommendations for consideration by the country. We can review draft legislation. We can organize review meetings with the drafting team, or national workshops with stakeholders, or training activities for drafters. And we can conduct as well awareness raising and advocacy activities. So this is the support that is available. So you may wish to think about it in preparation for our bilateral discussions, if you feel that this may be useful for your national circumstances.
So with that, I conclude this presentation. We still have a few minutes, and I'll be happy to respond to questions that you may have. Thank you for your attention. You don't have to be a lawyer to ask a question, huh? So, any questions? Was it too much, or yes, please, sir, go ahead. I'm sorry, I don't hear. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. So we already have an act in Mauritius, laws for the BWC. And while I was looking at your matrix, I saw that our law doesn't really has all the elements which is required. So does the ISU, will the ISU help us to look at it and do analysis on it and tell us if we need to review it, or is it good enough? Because we do have other laws also that would also come into the BWC globality. So I saw that you do give support. So that's a question. Will you be in support? Can we have a bilateral talk about that? And if you can have some more guidance from you for that part.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. And indeed, Mauritius is one of the few countries in the region that has a specific legislation to implement the BWC. And it is not unusual for countries that even have a specific law like Mauritius that now to seek to amend the legislation, because a lot of these acts implementing the BWC were focusing only on the criminal aspects and the prohibitions. So a lot of countries now are moving forward and also seeking to review and see whether it's better to amend the act or amend the other laws. So of course, we will be happy to discuss with Mauritius and assess the status and provide recommendations, of course, together with your experts on best way to proceed, and if there's a need or not to amend then the legislation. Thank you. Yes, please, on this side.
Thank you. I'm Joris Numedem from Africa CDC. There was for the framework which was developed by Africa CDC for biosafety and biosecurity, there was a component on prohibition of using of biological agent for negative purposes. But during discussion with specialized technical committee for health drug populations, it was recommended to remove this point. So for me, I would like to maybe to hear what you think about if there is a country who wants to make a law on biosafety, including biological weapon convention in the same, the same law, not having two separate laws. What would be your point of view if a country wants to do it like that?
Thank you very much for your question. Indeed, we participated in some of the technical meetings to develop the legal framework on biosafety and biosecurity, and we know that at the beginning there was a part on specifically addressing prohibitions under the BWC, and that afterwards it was decided to take it out. But this is a model legal framework on biosafety and biosecurity. So if a country wishes to take that model and expand it
and also include non-proliferation aspects. There is nothing in the model legal framework that would speak against that approach. And I know several countries in the region, in other sub-regions, that are following that approach of having a single piece of legislation on biosafety, biosecurity, and non-proliferation aspects. So it is possible and advisable in many cases, and it is also that's also important in this context, that we will be working closely with Africa CDC also when providing legislative assistance, so that we can make sure that all these interrelations and complementarities are taken into account. The content of the legislation will depend on, of course, the scope, the chosen scope by each country. Do we want to address biosafety, biosecurity, non-proliferation together, or how the country wishes to address it? For instance, some countries that like Mauritius have an implementing act on the BWC, then they decide to have a new law only on biosafety and biosecurity, because they already have an act that contains the criminal provisions. So it is something that really needs to be discussed on a case-by-case basis. But the fact that these provisions are not in the model legal framework, I don't think it would affect a country's decision, of course, to also include this aspect, which would be advisable in a lot of cases. And just to add that, of course, countries that are only now looking at this and looking at legislation benefit from the experience of other countries that now, for instance, they adopted a law to implement the BWC in the 70s, which was very limited, and now they have to change it. So, you know, the countries that are now starting then can benefit from that experience and maybe adopt a comprehensive approach from the beginning as well. So with that comment, then I conclude the response. So is there any other question? So if we don't have any other questions, yes, yes, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Captain Farid Akiza from Uganda, Nuclear Biological Chemical Defense Unit. You mentioned that you provide legislative assistance, and you address this through Article 4 or to prohibit, prevent, develop the production, stockpiling, and acquisition of biological agents and toxins. But the previous presenter also mentioned that there is no international verification regime for the Biological Weapon Convention. How do you address that?
Thank you very much for that question. In this case, there is indeed no international verification regime. So the content of the legislation would be in this area very different, for instance, than a law implementing the Chemical Weapons Convention or a law implementing the prohibition to develop nuclear weapons. Because in those legislation, you would need to include provisions enabling the relevant international organization to conduct verification activities in the country. So you would need provisions on reporting to the organization. You would need provisions on enabling inspections, inspectors from those international organizations to enter the country. In the case of implementing the BWC, you wouldn't need any of these provisions because there is no international organization conducting inspections or other verification activities. So this is in this context a big difference. At the same time, the fact that there is no international verification regime or that there is not an international treaty implementing organization does not mean that the country shouldn't establish a control regime, because it's in the interest of the country itself to make sure that the biological agents and materials are controlled. And it is important for the country to establish also inspections and enforcement for the control regime, because it's the protection of the people, of the population. So even if the country is not going to be verified by an international organization, it is important to still have these prevention mechanisms at the law, because it's in the interest of the country to make sure that the population and the workers and the environment are protected from the risk of this type of activities. I hope that responds. We can discuss later if needed. All right, we have some questions online. We have a student from Daystar University. How Africa is prepared to prevent the use of biological arms in the future if it may occur? Will one day Africa stand to be part of the signatories to the biological and nuclear users in the future? Well, I think that this project would be very important in supporting the African continent as a whole, the sub-regions, and also at the national level, to prevent the use of biological weapons, of course, because this is the key objective of this international treaty. So its effective implementation throughout the continent would provide the best vehicle to do so. And the second question relates to states that are signatories. As mentioned before, there are 7 states in the region that are not yet party, and of course we are aiming in the hopefully not so distant future to universalization, to all parties joining. For the time being, the project aims to increase the number of states parties from 47 to 50, but we do hope that, of course, the BWC remains an important part of the agenda in the African continent in terms of supporting its universalization. We have another question about the presentations via email. I think that all participants will indeed be receiving the presentations. And let me see. Yes, we have some participants also from the quiz. Thank you very much for responding online to the questions. I see that you all responded correctly. With that, I think we conclude this session, and now I pass over to the host country to make some announcements. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's lunchtime now, so I would like to request the high table and the guests to quietly, the others you wait a bit, to quietly just leave. We have our protocol person, Mildred. She's behind there. So she will actually lead you to where lunch is being served. Now, the rest of the team, we will actually be able to pick our lunch vouchers at the table out there. Then we go to the main hall or the main building on your right. That's where the dining hall is. So high table, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you.